You know what's really stupid? If you have your microphone muted. So let's do this again. You obviously missed the intro, so here's your Doctor Who quote of the day. You have a movie called Alien, a horror movie called Alien? That's offensive. No wonder everybody keeps invading you. And yes, I did that so much better when I was actually muted, so Yeah, I leave that up to your imagination. Anyways, hi, welcome to the stream. Hi, welcome to our Voron 0.2 build. The build is long over, but we do still have a few things to talk about. We do still have a few things to address with this printer, especially when it comes to reliability. Reliability was especially a problem while we printed this. This actually looks quite good, I think, apart from some major stringing due to me printing this at 230 degree C. So yeah, but as I already explained, this has a problem. It is printed too small. It's printed at 48%, which makes the interface here very much prone to cracking, because it basically cracks right along those thin connections along the layer lines, and that's no good. I'm not sure if we can do anything about that, so I think the Voron 0.2 is actually too small to print this. I'm gonna print this again on another printer. We'll see. What we need to do now, though, is another problem we had during that print. The fan actually resulted, the Hotend fan here actually resulted in, or like it's broken already. Yes, already. It does not cool the printhead well, or the Hotend well, and needs to be replaced. It starts to stutter, it screams when you turn it on. You can get it into a mode where it doesn't, but obviously that's no good, and it leaves that mode whenever it even slightly bumps something. Another thing we also need to take care of is the screws in the back. I already pointed at those earlier. There are two screws here in the back that are meant to align the bedsheet, and those I think stick up too far, which means that when the printer runs along the side, or the back side there, the printhead, the nozzle actually catches on those, and that's no good either. Those two things we definitely need to repair. We may go into putting some EVA foam tape on these panels to see if they actually close up the printer, because I want this printer to be mostly closed up, mostly tight. And while the panels are laying flat against these extrusions, I think there's a bit more isolation to be had still. So I am going to apply EVA foam tape here. Not sure if we can do that this stream. We'll see. Yeah. Also, there are a couple of things we potentially want to talk about. We'll see where that goes. If anybody joins, obviously say hello in chat. Let me know you're here, because I usually don't actively monitor the participants. If you have anything we want to talk about, I think we should. So let me know. Let me maybe get the participant. There we go. Yeah, I'm always open to topics. While we do this, I imagine this stream is going to be a bit of a shorter one, because there's not as much to do, and like things like reliability printing I will do during the week. We may start an ABS print, maybe. It's actually warm enough outside, so I can leave all the windows completely open, so I'm quite comfortable with doing so now. Yeah, that, by the way, also being the reason why this stream started so late, because obviously Enek had too much fun outside and I didn't want to interrupt him. Now I need to potentially send him to his bed sometimes, because he's still wet. And that's all I am going to say about what kind of fun he had. yeah, if you're here, drop me a line, as I said, say hello in chat. If you're seeing this after the fact, drop me a comment. While you're down there, feel free to like or dislike, share, subscribe. I would really appreciate it. I don't have any specific goals with the stream, but at the same time I realize that it is pretty hard to reach people who would actually be interested in this if nobody helps out to subscribe. And if we can build a community here, that would be awesome. Also, I fixed the link in the description for the Discord. So if you want to check that out, feel free to. Let me maybe check if I actually did that right on this stream, because I fixed it for the last one. This one might be a different story. Yeah, and if you're interested in seeing how the basketball was printed, I will add links to those hidden streams later for your viewing pleasure. The sad thing is that these streams went on for 26 hours, not 24, because I printed another bunch of things as well. The print itself took about, I don't know, 18 hours. So there are a few things that we printed beforehand and after. So yeah, if you want to check it out, there are videos of that. There's also a video on Twitch, and if enough people tell me in the comments that they actually want to see the whole print, no problem at all. I don't mind doing a time lapse of that and just putting that out there for everybody to see, although I imagine I'm not going to comment it in any way. Yeah, so those are the basics. Those are the things. Topics we can talk about include, again, maybe handhelds, handheld gaming in general. I do want to give my 2 cents to the whole GamerGate thing, but we'll leave that for later, because it's quite the difficult to talk about, quite controversial topic. So we'll see. If you're specifically interested in that, or anything else for that matter, check the comments, because you will find chapters again. Those chapters will be there for you to select specific things you want to see. All right, cool. So that's it for housekeeping. I'd say let's get into it, and I would say let's get into replacing the fan first. I'm going to put you on the top cam for that. You can still see my mug in the smaller window below. One major change that I actually trialed during the print stream is the bitrate. Bitrate is now up to 16,000 or 16 megabit for the stream. And that seems to be quite stable now that I figured out a few things. There seems to be the hardware encoding and everything is absolutely working phenomenally now. So no problems whatsoever. It took my ISP some time to figure out their end. And I do need to still restart my, let's maybe do this way. I do still need to restart my router and my firewall every single time I want to stream, because otherwise after some time the stream degrades. But yeah, if I follow all the steps, it is working. What we could also do, and I'm not actually sure I want to, but you would need to leave that in the comments, because the printer is actually working really well. It has almost 20K XL for the for input shaping. So we can push almost 20k XL to and still get really good non-smooth results. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal for any printer kit, but especially for one that was this cheap. Remember, this is a printer kit that only, quote unquote, costs 340 bucks. So it is very close to what you would get for what you would pay for a better entry-level printer. Like, for example, the Sovol SV06 is one of the supposedly very good Prusa-like entry-level printers. Now, would I suggest you do buy one of these in favor of a SV06? Nah. I don't think so, but as a second printer, especially as a small printer that you want to quickly print something on, that you don't want to wait half an hour to heat up and to soak, for that I think this one would be pretty good. Although, keep in mind, up until now we have only printed in non-heated environments. We still have to verify that this printer and its components work well if you actually have a heated chamber. And I think for that reason alone, I think we shouldn't do the EVA yet, because I want to verify that the printer works without the chamber being completely isolated first, because there may actually be a difference between the chamber being isolated and not, that may result in the printer showing some kind of functional problem once we crank the heat, basically. We can also have a quick look at the Hotend here. Remember, this Hotend is very much a first try for me in terms of it being a Creality Spider. It's a Spider 3 Pro, so it's supposed to be high flow, and to be honest, it is. It showed pretty good results in that regard, so no problems whatsoever. But it is quite oozy, and it is actually more oozy, I would say, than the Dragon Hotend I've been using on the Trident. So that's something to keep in mind. That may in some part be a result of the nozzle. I'm not quite sure if that's the case. Oh, and let me maybe zoom out here a bit. Oh, we're already out all the way, so let me move that a bit in. Yeah, so that's something I would definitely want you to keep in mind. Let's not move that too far, but this fan here is the problem child, I would say. It's not exactly, so the thing to keep in mind is that this fan is not what came with the kit. You can see that because I have the fan here that came with the kit actually, and it is of a different, at least a different vendor. It looks pretty much the same, so I don't expect this fan to hold up much longer than the one we currently had in there, especially if we increase the chamber temps in any way. That's probably going to cook the poor thing quite fast, and I imagine we will need to replace it, but I want to give this one a chance. No, the other way around. We should look at this in a fair way. Although Fysetc has been notorious for not providing well-made fans, so I would not be surprised if that one failed on us quickly as well, to be honest. And that's then something to find out. Oh god, and I really need to reprint that front. I really need to reprint that front, because it is falling apart. The thin pieces were printed on a printer that was not well calibrated, I'd say. And it is falling apart here, so really don't like that. Those are problems you see once you print it with the printers for some time. If that's not holding up, it's actually a bit sad, because I kind of like that one. But no matter, it's not like this front contains any moving parts, any of the parts that we would need to recalibrate. So, oh, wait, I actually put that in the wrong way. Damn it. Yeah, but we'll probably reprint that at some point. I don't see why I would do that right now, though. I mean, it's still a working front. There we go. That cable needs to go around that way. That also needs to pinch. There we go. That's in there again. And we need to connect our fan. Zip that back up, and we're good to go. Now, where did I put the zip ties? Don't think they're here. That's the problem with all your project boxes. Basically look the same. I kind of like these, but obviously if they are the same or they're close to, then it's reasonably hard to find what you're looking for. That is also not it. Whoa. Yeah, but once we have this printer reliable, I think I would want to move on to maybe modding the Trident 4 36 volts. Why 36 and not 48, you might ask? Well, that's pretty simple. 36 should give us all the, or that at least a large part of the benefits of going to 48. But at the same time, we can use a driver that is well suited for things like sensorless homing, that has a few more features, because the 2240, the TMC 2240, is essentially, I would say, the better driver. The only reason why people tend to use the 5160 is because the 5160, as the name says, can do up to 60 volt, which obviously the 48 we usually have falls under. So there. Let's have a quick look at our Hotend, and let's maybe see if we can find a brush to brush off that nozzle. I'm going to move you down a bit for a moment because I need to access the brushes here. Let's move that back up. I think if this printer can actually print the ABS well, I will print its own front on here. That way I can at the same time fix the logo on the front to make that 1 or 2 layers deeper. If you're putting on these silicone socks here, make sure you get the grippers in between the cables and push them all the way in, otherwise your sock will sit somewhat crooked, and may also you also increase the chance of it coming off during a print, which, as we saw, not a great experience. All right, that is sitting perfectly. The new fan is in and is connected. So let's put that back together. Actually, I'm going to leave that off for a moment because it allows me to move the bed all the way up to give me the most possible room here. And what I'm gonna do is shit. No. No. Fuck. Oh no, that is so dumb. That is so dumb. All right. That's a big problem. Well, gotta do it. You'll notice me just screwing up the bed leveling completely, which means we will also need to retune the first Z, the Z layer, and we will also need, yes, everything is falling. That's fine. That's completely fine. I don't mind that as long as I can put that printer down. The reason being, I cannot access those screws. The bed carrier is milled in a way where there are holes, there are access holes in the carrier, but they do not line up with those screws. So I think somebody actually had a good idea there, but execution was somewhat lacking, which I wouldn't call it a problem per se, but I do think this is something that Fysetc can do better. I especially think they can do it better. So what we need to do now is more or less take off the bed and access those screws. I mean, why would you do that usually? So I can totally understand that nobody would look at it, but it would have been nice. It would have been nice, definitely. All right. More screws coming off. Too bad, because that really means that we need to retune our bed level. Damn. I was hoping we wouldn't. For that we can now actually move that down significantly. Yeah, and by the way, if you think that we're actually done with this build in any way, shape or form, not so much. And I am saying not so much because I think we should ultimately move this to CAN bus. I actually decided to not install the octopus in this right away. I will at some point, but not right away. Mainly because I think we're better off installing a Manta MP4. We're gonna do Manta MP4 plus the SHT36. We're gonna go through all the configuration bits there. And yes, I'm completely taking this apart here, just to make sure we have an easier time fixing this later. And accessing the screws, because the cables here are also way too short, and I'm not in the mood to completely disconnect those. I just don't wanna. Too much of a bother. Well, actually, nah, I don't want to. So we're just going to take out at least one of these, because that should allow us to lever out the other one. We do have a bit of a problem though, because I think one of the washers escaped. We'll need to find that again, so that doesn't end up shorting anything. Yeah, so what's going on here? What's going on besides? Yeah, let's maybe chat a bit about the second project first. If you did look through the available live streams, you may have seen a project where we wanted and still want to build a controller harness for the ASUS ROG Z13. The Z13 being a 13-inch gaming laptop with, in my case, a whopping GeForce 4070 in there. So insane amounts of power, insane amounts of rendering. And originally I was thinking to just have that be a replacement for a potential gaming handheld I would want to have. But now I think it's just an interesting project. And yeah, I definitely want to do that. Definitely want to figure that out. But at the same time, I got weak and I ordered a Lenovo Legion Go. There's two reasons for that. The first reason is because the Z13 project at the moment is stuck. So if anybody knows how to, the reason being that I cannot get the controllers to work properly. The controllers we were going to use are Joy-Con compatible. I don't have a Switch to update those. I asked around, I have a friend who has a Switch, but there is still very little chance that those controllers actually get updates and calibration data. And at the moment, if I'm trying to use any of the prevalent tools to emulate an Xbox controller, which is the requirement for games actually supporting that controller well under Windows, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And obviously, if I can't get those controllers to work properly under Windows, then there is no use in trying to get those controllers to fit on the ROG Ally. Not for me nor for anybody else. So no value to be had. Project is not scrapped, but it is definitely suspended until I can figure it out. And one of the ways we may still be able to do this is that I think Lenovo at some point will release those controllers separately, potentially even other controllers, and they are PC compatible and they are meant to act as a Xbox controller. So they are a way better chance for us to actually get properly working controllers. That's what we want. That's what we need. So yeah. Let me see if I can find the washer we lost. I am going to put that back in here, close it up real quick. Sorry, bit of the sniffles. Nothing major, but still some sniffling to be had here. And I see our washer. Perfect. Now I just need to be able to grab it, which isn't as easy as it sounds, even with my smallish hands and fingers. Yeah. Anyways, the idea then obviously being that we can use those controllers potentially also to equip the Z13 with them and create one heck of a hybrid baby between ASUS and Lenovo, which might not be a bad thing. Well, actually, probably never is. Never is. Yeah. that's the plan there. I'm a bit bummed out that I can't get those controllers to work, but they are aftermarket parts, originally meant for the Switch, and yeah, who knows. Anyways, let's get these out of here. We have two potential options here. Either we find a screw length that suits these requirements better. At the moment, I think I remember these being an M2x8, M3x8, and M3x14. I am not sure the just gonna measure that here real quick. Actually, that's a by 10. Maybe by 10 and by 14. Yeah, that would fit. So I will try a by 8 to see if that suits us better. That would then mean that the other one needs to be a by 12. The other option we have is to use the remaining washers to shorten the whole assembly by a couple of millimeters. I think 1 to 2 millimeters shorter would still work for catching the PEI sheet properly. Especially since the magnet seems to be reasonably thin. It's actually thinner than I was expecting. So I'm now just going to screw in the M3x8. To be honest, I think that's absolutely perfect. I think that is absolutely perfect. So, there is another cautionary tale here, or at least another amendment to the manual needed, because the video manual specifically states to use M3x14 and M3x10. Well, actually M3x14 BHCS for the fused side, and then we interpolated that to the M4x10 for the non-fused side, because they came out exactly the same length. But that length obviously was not correct. The reason why I think these should be pretty much perfect now is because they stick up just slightly over the magnet, and if you put your PI sheet in at an angle, they will still catch. They will still catch properly, and then you can just flap it down. We'll try that here in a second. But at the same time, they are below where the nose would catch. So, and maybe let me stand up the printer for this so you can see something actually happening here and can try this. I know that the bed's currently not mounted properly, but if I push the bed against here, against those screws, this is actually pretty hard to do with the loose bed, and we need to make sure that we don't move it too much. But if I push this sheet against the screws and then let it down slightly, that still gives me enough of a hook. Although it actually slides over pretty easily, so we're not going to do that. We are going to use the 10 and 14, but we are also going to use washers to shorten the screws. I think 2 will be quite good. That will, well, how thick are these? Let's see here. How much does each take off? .5. So I potentially even go with 3 to 4. No, 2 should be enough. That takes off a whole millimeter. We can try. We'll try. We'll find the perfect balance here. We'll definitely find the perfect balance here. Just need to make sure. That we use the correct screws again. These and these are non-touchable. This is by 10. This is by 14. So the by 10, we said we wanted to I'm going to try three washers here. So ideally you would have a by 9 and a by 13, but those are quite the special hardware. So I'm not sure if those are already if those are actually that easy to get. There we go. And we're only going to use that side for now to see. Oh, no, don't do that. That is the wrong way around. I used the by 14 on this side. That was actually not the intention at all. Now I need to make sure that I get all those washers out as well. Otherwise we have an escapee again. Okay, let's see what we can do with the by 10 here. I mean, 0.5 millimeter more should be exactly what we need. 0.5 millimeter less than the by 8, so 8.5 should be good. And what we want is more or less the screw sticking out as much as necessary to catch the bed, but not any further. And this is somewhat weird because it's still slightly above. I'm guessing if I add another washer here, it will then be slightly below. So one, two, three. So everybody's still there. I'm just gonna try it. I mean, it would be very weird because these washers are, or shims actually, so they are at least meant to be consistent, right? The difference between a shim and a washer being that a washer is just less accurate, I think. So if these are by 0.5 and our M3/8 screw not sitting properly or not catching the plate properly, but the M3/10 with 2 millimeters of shim actually doing so, that would be suspicious. But one thing to remember here, we are talking about a cheaper kit. That is so weird. Why does this stick out? Well, we maybe, so the thing with these is that they do have a thickness, but you can compress them a bit. So we may be compressing those just enough so they stick out further, but yeah, we're gonna try what that does for the other side. If it works, it works. Again, the M3/8 screws may just be slightly short, and the M3/12s. You never know with these kits. we do want to get to a point where ideally we can put in our bed sheet normally, but we do not run the risk of the nozzle catching. Which might be a source for layer shifts, especially quite early in the print. And if your nozzle sticks out quite high, if your screw sticks out quite high, like almost 2 millimeters in this case, it seems, then yeah, you're actually not safe for quite a few layers. So let's see here. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Catches properly. So that tells us two things. For one thing, I think our screws are off. I think our 3x8s are just a tiny bit too short. And secondly, it tells us that we need to worry way less about the nozzle catching on our bed from now on, which is awesome. Although I'm not looking forward to recalibrating that bed. Let's actually start with one of the edges, one of the corners in the back. Get the screw on there. And get that really tight. I think I actually also want a serrated washer below this screw. That's another thing we didn't do, but that I was always kind of thinking about. You might ask why would you put a serrated washer there? It's because your bed could potentially, maybe, very much maybe, shake loose enough so your Z offset is no longer consistent, and the nut there is one of the primary sources of that, I imagine. So putting a serrated washer here is actually a way of keeping this connection as tight as possible, and it also allows us to tighten this from the top without having to worry that that nut on the bottom is actually rotating on us, because the serrated washer will keep that in place better. And remember, we can actually not use any thread locker here, so serrated washer is just the next best thing. I also want to do that for the bed screws on the bottom against the yellow thumb nuts. So we get a properly held in place interface there. And that should make our printer a bit better. I like it. Now we need to go washer and spring. And now we can fiddle that back in the hole. So 2 things to note here that I shouldn't forget. I note to self basically. Make sure to mention the serrated washers in the additional things that you should use with this printer build, in my opinion. And don't forget to mention that there is a problem with the access holes to our bed stopper screws, both of which problems I don't necessarily want to have, but you know how things are. Let's see if we can still get our spring in there, because things are quite tight here now. I need to back that off a bit. And yes, it would probably have been way easier if I had just, oh shit, not just the spring. We need to get a washer on there before the spring. Yeah, but I was just too lazy to undo the whole cabling and then having to redo and retest that all. That would have sucked just as much. And by the way, this whole operation and us taking off the bed actually means that we should do input shaper again. But I do want to use the advanced input shaper scripts once we're doing canvas and everything else properly and in the way that is actually meant to last. Please remember that this phase of the printer build is meant to showcase what you can do with the printer in its raw form as it comes in the kit. I will definitely do a proper upgrade to how I want the printer to actually work once we are done here. Moving it to a, as I already said, the original idea was to move it to the octopus that is currently in the Trident, and to use a Raspberry Pi. But the reason for that was because this is supposed to at some point become the basis for a Dueling Zero. And if you don't know what a Dueling Zero is, check out the Printers for Ants. For the moment, and for quite a while though, this printer is just going to be itself. It's just going to be a V0. I actually very much appreciate how this printer is designed and how it works. So I'm not even sure I want to move it to becoming a Dueling Zero anytime soon, although those look insanely fun. So yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Now the spring. And that puts our bed back in place. Now, as I already mentioned earlier, I think it might be a good idea to also use serrated washers for the bed screws. So that's what we're gonna do. And this is not the size we're looking for. This is not the screws we're looking, the washers we're looking for. If you don't have serrated washers, especially the M3 ones, get some. You will need them anyways to properly earth your printer. And as I stated repeatedly, not doing so with any kit, no matter whether you have an LDO kit or it really doesn't matter which kit you have. Not properly earthing your printer is the worst idea you can have, because even if you properly wire the thing and even if you take all the precautions in the world to make sure that your printer works properly under normal circumstances and is safe and you can't touch any live wires and so on, that does not mean that that printer is safe, because you can always have things happen. Things like over voltages, failures in the supply network, lightning strikes, people doing dumb shit. And that can actually damage your power supply, the security mechanisms in your power supply, the earthing in your power supply. And at that point, you are still in danger. So get your printer earth connected properly. Make sure there's a direct low impedance path between your earth terminal and the frame. There's just no excuse not to do it. None whatsoever. Okay, so that is that. One thing I also want to do here, that I think it is about time to do, is get those cables in a better position. They're currently just hanging down, and I don't very much like that. I mean, it's only 3 cables, but any one of those catches for whatever reason, it's not going to be good time. And yes, there is a cable guide that Fysetc wants us to use. The question is, do I want to give them the satisfaction? I would mean taking that off. If we take that off, is that short enough? Actually, I don't think I want this thing there. It's just gonna constrain the cables. I do want a cable tie there though. And I actually like the cable path there. Oops. Enek. Had to move the dog, sorry if you got a bit of an earful. Because he is still wet, and I see a bit of a wet spot on the couch already, even though he just laid down for a second or so. He still needs to be on his place to dry some more. That should be good enough. And let me maybe get some light in there, because I am not sure I'm just catching the cable tie. I'm kind of worried that I might be catching a cable as well. That wouldn't be a good time either. Yeah, that's good. That is fine. There we go. Anyways, if you see this after the fact, if you're interested in what I did here, how I did it, Let me know in the comments. If you're here, say hello in chat. I would very much like to have a conversation, if you don't mind. Because me just waffling on here might be, well, it's not actually boring for me, but I don't think you're getting the most value out of what you could do here. So the best way to actually get value out of this stream, to be honest, is showing up. And actually we don't necessarily need to do this. I am just going to screw those in reasonably far. I realized that the further you screw these in, the more advantage you can potentially take off your Z height. And the more stable your platform becomes. So I think that's the way to go. Okay, that's that. Bed in there again. Oh, we need to get our tool head in there with the new fan. And by the way, I did find an option for us to have, even with the catalyst board, have some proper fans in here. The problem I have with that option is that need two. So I like using deltas, or if you can't get deltas, I like using Sunon fans. I've had good experience with them. They are reliable. They, in some cases, spin up too slowly, which can lead to problems with your print. But in general, they are pretty good. Is that not catching? No, that's not catching. So I like those for 3D printers. Now, to get a full Sunon loadout on your printer, you normally need the ability to switch voltages and have different voltages set up for your, and I'm going to do the front ones first though. It's probably easier to line those up and then just insert the back one after the fact. Anyways, the Sunon fans, you cannot easily, it's not impossible, but you cannot easily get a well, there's actually no option to get a 3030 normal radial fan that is 24 volts. The best fan they have, well, at least for their best fan models, for their most for their strongest fan model, the best fan is actually a 5-volt fan that I think blows with 13 cubic feet per minute, and the other ones being in the range of 9 to 12, no, actually 6 to 9 CFM, which, yeah, I don't know if that's actually enough. I don't know if I like that to be enough. The better you can cool your Hotend, the less issues you get with heat creep and with clogging. So I like to use the best one, so we're stuck with 5 volts. Now the question would be, can we get some 5-volt sides fans? And you may have noticed that the side fans in this printer are G-design. That's because there is no real cheap option for Sunan or Deltas for 3030 blower. Just the way it is. I did, however, find 5-volt Sunan blowers that we could in theory use. The problem with those, they cost 20 bucks a piece. Yes, that is 20 bucks a piece. And I have yet to look at the data sheet whether they are actually high temp rated, because they would need to be. They're sitting though so closely to the Hotend. I would want them to be high temp rated. I'm a bit sad that that piece broke here. Yeah, so that's one thing we could do and still support the catalyst board, but to be very frank, we're not gonna. We know that that board is going away anyways. So I'm not seeing why we would bother. And yes, I have made the decision that I am not going to continue using the catalyst board. I just don't like the restrictions it imposes. Any proper premium board has the ability to and not just premium board, actually, like even the premium CAN bus adapters do have the ability to choose fan voltages. Now we could do CAN bus with the catalyst, but then we run into the other issue I have with it. It's not using a Raspberry Pi OS or a properly open source OS, so I do not trust it from an IT security point of view. I cannot, because I'm usually using these printers connected to my network. And yeah, with this one, I already had to go through quite a few pains to set this up securely and in a way where it wouldn't leak any data. I'm not sure if I want to continue that. I want a system that I can actually trust, and for that I need a proper Raspberry Pi there. Yeah, so next step is we are going to move Bernie back here to the Metal Slug playing arcade, and then we're moving the printer back to its actual current position, its current home. We're going to look at what we can do with it, and if it shows to be reliable now, printing PLA, we're going to go ABS. We're, I think, going to print it a new front that I will replace off screen, because yeah, that's just nothing to it. That's just nothing to it. But yeah, I'm so happy with how that printer came together, though. Like that, there's a couple things that. So to be clear here, People always ask me whether I can recommend this. Let me move you there so you can actually see it until I get the mobile cam set up properly. Yes and no. Again, reviews still forthcoming, but the basic answer to that question is yes and no. The reason being that yes, this kit was very cheap, and for how cheap it has a lot of value for money, especially in parts that you do not need the highest quality for. No, because even though this kit comes with a manual and with all the parts you need to build a printer, that printer is not safe. And it's not safe, and it is not an easy build. It is not a consistent build even. And that being the case, I think people who do not build printers on a regular basis, who do not use printers, well, who don't, well, basically, if you haven't built a printer before and you're not sure how to build a printer safely and test the printer safely and make sure it works and get all the tuning right and everything else, this is not a good kit for you. It's just as simple as that. This kit is meant for people who want to build a printer. It is not meant for people who want to have and print with a printer. It's just as simple as that. Now, yes, you can print with this printer, but you need to build it properly first. And for that, you need to have at least some experience. And even then, I question whether it is a good idea to go through the 1515 hassle. So this printer is built from 1515 extrusions, which means that there are no simple drop nuts that you can insert there after the fact. Anything you do, you want to do to the printer, you need to know beforehand. So, for example, I do still want to add a temperature sensor, chamber temperature sensor. That's going to be a real pain. That's going to be especially a pain because I cannot just put it on any extrusion. I need to find an extrusion that I can either loosen without completely screwing up the build or having to take apart the whole printer, or I will be forced to use a sensor position that is not ideal. That's just the simple truth of building printers with 1515. They're built with 1515 because it's a fun challenge. It is not meant to be practical, and it isn't. It just is not. So even though this printer is really cheap and, to be frank, really good for how cheap it is, there are so many other better printers out there that I would recommend way more for the first print, for the first build. One of them being the Voron Trident 25 centimeter cubed, so 250 by 250 by 250. That printer has the volume to give you just about all the range you need to print every single thing you want, except for maybe some really huge helmets. It is fantastic to build. It is fantastic and absolutely easy to maintain compared to this one. It is a stable platform, really good results, and it's built on 2020 extrusion. So you want to add a chamber sensor after the fact. You drop in your nut into your extrusion, you screw it on, good to go. You want to add a nevermore after the fact. Drop in the nut, you're good to go. You want to add LED lighting. Adding LED light. So this printer, for example, was planned to not have any LED lighting. Why? Because it doesn't need it. But if it ever needs it, to really position the LED lighting well, I'd probably have to take apart significant parts of this printer to make that work properly, to basically put the LED lighting on one of the extrusions above here. So that means at least unscrewing one of the sides, and that's even the better case. That's even the easier case, and then just get that in there. If I want to have the LED lighting mounted underneath here, under the rail, which for monitoring prints and like shining light on them sideways would probably even be the better position, I would have to take apart the whole printer. I would have to take out the front here. That would be no fun at all. Okay, our printer is up and running. I already moved it there, so that might not have been the most clever thing to do here, because we still need to do the Z offset. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave it there. We are going to go to our browser, and we're going to see what we can do here. Yeah, give me that. That should be our printer. Oh no. 128 is our printer. Let's see what that says. Yes, and it is up. It does not show any errors. Let's quickly see if we can set the bed and get results there to confirm the cabling. I actually like the way that is done very much. So the cabling looks really good now. I'm gonna set the temperature to lower again. And then I'm going to get my metal sheets, the 10mm one, to get that bed set up right again. At least consistent. You can already see it's slightly tilted to the front. One benefit of those serrated washers, by the way, it gives you way more control over how you turn those screws. Because now not only do the springs pinch those screws, but also the threaded metal inserts are sitting on the serrated part of the washer, so they get stopped I kind of like that. I do kind of like that, to be honest. Yeah, let's do it. So 2 things to do here. Home all. We are homed and going to try something here real quick. Yeah, I like that very much. That is way better, and those screws are now sitting at the surface level, so they are not going to catch the nozzle anymore, so nothing to worry about, and the whole space is usable. What we want to do now is move this to, let's put it at 5, and we're going to do a visuals test here that, yeah, we're about 5 millimeters away, and we are doing a bed screws adjust to move the head over the screw, and in this case it is touching. I'm actually going to cancel this real quick. Move that to 10 because our sock is crooked. There we go. And let's do it again. I think I want to turn that a bit. Also, let me give you a better view of what's going on here. Basically taking my measurement device here. I'm trying to move it between the nozzle and the screw. Whenever I tighten the screw, the bed moves down and gives me some more space. Whenever I loosen the screw, the bed moves up and moves the nozzle closer to the bed. This is kind of awkward to do in this position, to be honest. Let me see if I can turn this printer some more. And yes, I do realize that you're not going to see as much. Okay. Next one. And this is pretty hard to do, to be honest, especially with also making sure that you can still see something. And sorry, I'm currently not talking because this requires a bit of concentration here. By the way, yes, I do like these metal plates better than the paper test. The reason being that while I consistently end up being a bit out, because these things are probably not as good as they should be, they are very consistent. So if I get the same tension between all 3 points here on the sheet of metal, then I can pretty much rely on those being very, very close and very, very ideally tensioned. I'm not sure if it makes a difference, but I like them from a process point of view. And we're going to go a second round here. The way that this calibration works is you go around the UI here, and whenever you find a location you like, a setup you like for a specific screw, you click adjust it, and that basically means that you made changes to the screw and you're now happy with it. And if you click accept, that means that you did not have to adjust anything on that particular screw. So let's say, and the problem here obviously being that when you adjust one of the screws, another one might change. So you basically go over all of these until you find a setup that has all the 3 screws at similar tension. And that then results in your bed being properly leveled. Anyway, if you see this, if you're here, say hello in chat. Let's have a bit of conversation. I mean, I can talk while I'm doing this. Not sure about what at the moment though, because the only major topic I currently have going on that I really still want to talk about is the whole GamerGate thing. And I kind of figure that that should get its should get a bit more attention. Maybe I can already give you a bit of an intro here. So this is something that influences me or disturbs me, not because it is anything relevant to 3D printing, but I figure that there are enough people in 3D printing that are also gamers. And GamerGate 1 was about inclusivity and diversity already. Now GamerGate 2 is along the same lines. This time, because of the whole wokeness topic that has also been prevalent in movies now. Now, the first thing that needs to be stated here is, do I think woke behavior, the whole pronouns thing, everything around that makes sense. And the thing I definitely want to state here is that it is one way to raise awareness for people who have been less catered to, have been less fortunate, that are judged based on their appearance, not on how they perceive themselves. This especially going in the direction of gay or trans people. And I think everybody should be addressed and valued the way they are. That's a given. I myself have worked with women, men, people who had their gender changed. Black people, white people, Asian people, Indian people, everybody. I think I have met most major ethnic and quote-unquote, and I'm putting this in very, very big quotes because I don't consider that an actual thing, race, because I don't even think that from a biological perspective, people from India are any other race than the people from Sudan or the people from India, from China, anywhere in Asia, basically anywhere in the world. It just does not track. It does not make sense for me to assume anything like that. And I was kind of hoping, and by the way, this also goes for men versus women. I don't consider there to be any specific difference. We're basically all human, and as humans, it is my belief that if you are human, you should have the same rights as everybody else. You should be able to move freely. You should not be able, you should not be told what to do. You should have free will. Obviously, to the extent where you're not endangering your civilization. So laws, yes. But you should be free. You should be treated free. You should be treated humanely. And you should be accounted for. And that goes for games as much as it goes for anything else. I don't know why anybody would even exclude you, at least knowingly, from games, from being catered to. Now, that being said, I am not a particular friend of wokeness, of forcing the issue. I think that pronouns and pronouns fine, but the whole forcing gender equality after the fact is not the way to go if it makes a product worse otherwise. And this is what GamerGate 2.0 is about, is people making games, then hiring consultants, those consultants having a political agenda, and gamers now fearing that that political agenda, that woke agenda, making their games worse. And the question I would ask here first is, and this is the wrong discussion to be had from that side, to be honest, is how do you know that your game is worse? Do you consider your game worse if a male character was changed to a female character having the same abilities? Do you consider your game being worse if a black character was added that has the same capabilities as a white character? Do you consider any of the equal treatment of any human in those games, and your game not showing a bias, a loss in quality? And I think if you do, that would concern me for you as a human, because you should be considering everybody the same. Now, this goes just as much for white males, right? The supposedly privileged people. And by the way, if you now say, yeah, you can say that because you're white male, right? You may not have all the facts. You may be surprised here that I am part of a minority as well, that I am not going to share here. The fact is that the minority I belong to is actually, oh wait, we want to do this in a bit of a different way. We want to move our printhead to 60, 60 first, and then we want to Z and stop calibrate. If there are no women in a game, or if women, the depiction of women in a game is in any way not representative of women are supposed to be, or if anybody finds themselves disturbed by the display of women or gay people or trans, queer people, whoever, I would suggest please do not buy that game. I do not buy games that impact me in the way I can enjoy the games. Any game I have worked on accounts especially for the fact that the minority I belong to needs some special consideration. Otherwise we're even technically from our capabilities not able to play the game in the first place, which is much more than just being offended, right? We just can't play it, period, and that in itself should actually offend us. But in general, I think people need to chill here very much. The whole discussion about Sweet Baby Inc., I see it this way. Game developers want to make good games for everybody, but they seriously suck at it, because usually those game development teams do not consist of male, female, black, Asian, Indonesian, North American native, and whatever else people with all kinds of personal orientations and personal views. So yes, they are particularly bad at it. And yes, it does make sense in those situations to get consultancy, or at least to have the game reviewed internally. And that's a good thing, because it opens up the games to more people. And I can even tell you that I have yet to meet a game developer who didn't want to play a game with their girlfriend, with their boyfriend, with their friends, or I have yet to meet a game developer who was actually racist. The game development scene is so open. When we had a person change their gender at a previous company I worked for, we congratulated them. Like, we were really happy that they, like, I personally went to them and congratulated them to them finally getting their beard grown in. Because it was cool to see, and that person was way more happy and way more themselves after the fact, after they received the hormone treatment. So I really don't get why that would be in any way a bad thing. And yes, those people should be accounted for in games. And no, those story writers writing those games, they don't consider those people in those stories, not because they are racist or because they want to only showcase white males. They don't consider them because they're particularly bad at it, I think. And there are authors that are better, there are authors that are worse. I don't think forcing the issue is actually making games better. So that's actually a point against using a consultancy. But I think those consultants, instead of bashing, instead of going out into the world like Sweet Baby Inc. has done, for example, and going on the offensive, gaslighting everybody, they should actually make sure they render a good service, which at the moment they don't seem to be. Now, is that a reason to not buy a game? I don't know. Everybody their own. I think those games are still good. And even with them being involved, you would be amiss to just discount them. My personal opinion. So I don't think it's fair. I do think that the people at those consultancy firms, and that's not just Sweet Baby Inc., that's also Black Girl Gamers, for example, should think about what they want to achieve, because at the moment their approach is creating more of a rift than it is solving, and it is very sad to see how that is going down, how they are gaslighting people, how they're polarizing people, how even journalists jump into that. And by the way, that's not helping the topic. It's not helping the topic at all. The only thing that it's doing is polarizing the topic more. And on the one hand, giving people a valve to vent their frustration at, to rally against. On the other hand, those people then give companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and Black Girl Gamers publicity they shouldn't get, because they're not actually doing a good job. Not because they are forcing the wokeness, but because they are doing so by potentially making games worse. But at the very least, they're doing so and then bragging about how they, in some cases, completely removed a majority of the gamer player base from the game. Like, for example, one person stating that they don't even have a single white male in the starting lineup. By the way, fair enough. I loved Horizon Zero Dawn. It was an amazing game, and the protagonist is a very strong female who would probably beat me at just about everything she does. So no problem whatsoever. I love that game. And there's enough other examples where you're playing diverse cultural people, where you can even choose your own character, build your own character. Doom Eternal has a character builder. Do you have to play the white male there? No. Go female, go black, go Indian, Indonesian, whatever. Nobody will ever, and this is by the way something that I'm not sure about, but I would at least expect the gamer culture to not ever lash out against people who are showing their true ethnicity, their true skin color. I'm not sure if that's the case, because that's where I stopped trusting people. is when it comes to actually being openly racist and toxic gamer culture, then resulting in somebody being excluded that way. But really, gamers, at that point, that's where you need to grow up in some cases. Need to grow up. And I'm a gamer as well, and I'm not sure I'm always fair to all minorities, but I am trying to be. Because, again, humans, there is no difference. There may be white privilege, but that's actually being removed now. And you know what's really sad is that white privilege is being turned against people who can actually do a good job, and people who, and during hiring processes in successful companies, like Microsoft, for example, you are way more likely to be hired now if you're not white. If you are female, if you are black, or like any other color. I hate this color thing. Really, get rid of it. I'm not gonna gender. I'm not gonna do the woke thing myself. I'm not gonna add pronouns to my anything. Just because I think it's a waste of time. But I do think we need to change the way this whole discussion is going down, because it annoys me. I think we should, at the very least, some people should start thinking before they talk, before they open their mouth, and antagonize people without it actually being necessary. That would be nice. If we could stop antagonizing people, if we could stop I don't know. It disturbs me very much what's going on right now. I would love to see more colorful people in games. Very much a fan of that. I would love to see everybody represented, so as many people as possible have fun playing a game. But I think those consultancies need to get their people in line, because they're currently doing a lot of damage to the whole movement, to the whole initiative. And then they need to think about what they're actually doing and what they're actually trying to achieve, because their politics, and this is the thing, politics and political profile building has no place in your frickin' consultancy. Get that through your head. You're trying to make a game better, more inclusive, and to cater to more people. That should be your goal. That should be the only goal you're following. And if you're not achieving that, you need to seriously rethink your approach. It's my 2 cents of that, for that. I do need to be a bit careful now, because we adjusted the Z. Yeah, anything else I have to say about that? I hope this comes down. I hope this calms down quite a lot. I hope that people who currently enjoy their 15 minutes of fame get a grip, stop antagonizing, and do their job well again, And I'm saying again because I don't think Sweet Baby Inc. or any of the other consultancy firms should be given up now. They just need to do their job better and make sure that they get their employees in line. Because at the end of the day, apart from marketing people, which by the way is a topic we need to talk about separately, besides marketing people wanting the whole woke thing to sell more, there is no game developer who, at least I think there is no game developer who does not want to include as many people as they can in enjoying their game. That would be really silly. Really silly. For the marketing people, by the way, they're trying to sell the game. They think that with the whole woke thing, they can sell more. Fair enough. And if making a character black instead of white and leaving their stats, or turning a male character into a female, changing stories around their behavior, especially making sure that they're still authentic, and then making sure that the game still feels good. Perfect. That's the way it should be done. And I think that's how the whole conversation should be approached. Is making a better game for more people should be the goal here. Should be the only goal here. And if the marketing people try to achieve this, and the consultancy firm is trying to achieve this and is not just trying to get their political views represented in any way, I'm completely fine with it. I'm completely fine with it. I actually like my, this is again something I don't want to say, but I actually like my cultures. I don't want to call them minorities because they aren't. It's, I think, white people about 35%. So white males, probably 15% of the world. That's a lot. It's a lot. And you will still need to make sure to cater to them, but I think it's good to have different people in there. I enjoy getting on a bus and hearing Armenian people enjoying themselves. I like getting on a subway and seeing different people, different ethnicities. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be in games. And I hope we can get there. I really hope we can get there. I also hope we can get there, not just for the for how we do games, but also how we develop games. But that's another topic, right? And at the moment, we are very much stuck with 95% male applicants in any of the technical departments. And the reason is not because I don't hire females. The reason is because of the 200 people I have interviewed, I'm not even sure if four, yeah, I think four were actually female. And there's one thing I am not going to do, and this is going out to you ladies specifically. I am not going to hire somebody just because they're female. That's not going to happen. I'm not trying to just fulfill a quota, especially if it makes my team worse than I need it to be. And the fact is that 2 of those 4 females were not good enough. They simply were not good enough to fill that position. And if I were to hire them in that position, I am not just putting my team at risk and the pressure that team would be under, I'm also putting that person at risk, because the expectation from that would be on that person would be that she can do the things we hired her to do. And if she cannot satisfy that that requirement, she's not going to have a good time. She's just not going to have a good time. It's as simple as that. It's just as simple as that. And no, that's not a good thing. I have met amazing programmers, female or otherwise, different ethnicities, different, again, quote-unquote color, different everything. Amazing people. But if somebody is not good enough, and that sadly has been the case for at least 2 of them. The other 2 we just couldn't get an agreement on the terms. I can't hire them. So ladies, if you want to be treated the same as males, especially in this especially in game development, make sure you can do the work. And I have no problem even giving you some advantage, because I know that if I have the choice of hiring a male or a female in my current team and increasing the diversity, that would be a very, very good effect. I would very much love to do that. And I have seen immensely capable, immensely intelligent women become doctors in the field of computer science, in the field of AI. Amazing. But that requires more of you to get into the field in the first place. And if you do that, if you saturate the market in that regard, just as much as you are starting to saturate the market in, and I hope you continue in being gamers, then I think you can make a very good difference. You can make a very good contribution to you also being represented better in games. Naturally, and potentially without even needing consultants. Yeah, that's the topic I found most disturbing. Now, I specifically did not name any names here, so if you're interested in this stuff, please do your own research. The only thing I can say to that is that some companies that are explicitly named may or may not be making games worse and should be looked at. But I don't think the way the current conversation is being held is the way it should be held. Because people are people, gamers are gamers. Any additional gamer in a multiplayer game is a win for everybody else who's in that game. And gender shouldn't matter there. The same goes for any other play session. The same goes for any other buyer of your game. So Yeah, even the success of games and the way that people can make new games depends on players not doing shit like this. And it's really sad to see that now people rally against specific companies, don't buy their games because of something like this. Because somebody is trying to make games appeal to more people. That's actually really sad to see. It's also sad to see how the discussion is being held from the other side. So people, get a grip. Get this back to normal, please. All right, that was a long one, but I think we will see that our Z offset is now in a better position. Should actually be almost where we need it now. I'm already pretty happy about that. Kind of curious to see how the prints are going to go. We still need to print a couple of things for our wall, just so you get an idea of what we're still need to print. Actually, let's go there. Yeah, that worked. So this is what we have. It's going to basically hold everything we need. The only thing that is left is a shelf for down here. That then goes against there. It barely fits, but it does fit. So if we look at it here, this is basically going to sit here. Can show you this from the side as well. It's basically going to sit here and give me easy access to all the tools. And here's our print. I'll probably move that up a bit. There we go. Kind of curious to see what the first layer is going to look like. By the way, one change I did before doing all the prints, you can see it here. I added a purge line. I'm probably going to move that a bit further forward still. That has already helped in making the first layers more consistent. The thing is that Fysetc left a 3mm retract in the end script, in the print end macro. So to avoid stringing and oozing, but it does still string and ooze with this particular Hotend because it's a high flow Hotend and it's just, I guess, unavoidable. I like the Dragon Hotends more there because at least the one that I have used, or the two I've used, don't seem to have that problem as much. But otherwise I think we're good. Now we're going to, let's look at the result here. This printer is getting really good. This printer is getting really good. I mean, look at that top layer. It is so smooth. I think we do have an elephant's foot on the bottom though. It's a bit close. Interesting, I like it. The corners are really good now. Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I am going to see if I can print the print something that's slightly higher here. We're going to use a, let me move it here, and let me move the hex grid out of the way. There we go. And we are going to grab ourselves a download 3D printing. And let's look at the sort by name. XYZ 20 millimeters. And we're going to start the print with this. I am not going to finish it because the only thing I'm interested in is the elephant's foot. And for us, I'm going to improve this. I'm going to raise it by 0.3. See what that does. Save that. Close it, slice it. Let's get this print done. Yeah, anyways, if you're considering to participate on any side for this whole GamerGate thing, or in that whole GamerGate thing, please don't. Please don't. Don't feed the trolls. Don't give those people anything to latch onto, to suck you into. Game developers, please make inclusive games. Don't overdo it. Don't think you need to do the woke thing just because everybody does it. That does not necessarily mean that your game's gonna sell better, and that should be your goal, because otherwise you can't make another one. The I'd say environment is rough enough, so you don't need to also risk your game with stuff like that. And gamers, please, please, please consider that you're not the only ones on the planet. Consider that if your games get more inclusive, you might actually get together a party of players sooner. Might want to add that to the printer. There we go. Yeah. Something else I find disturbing. I know why it's the case, but I still find it to be disturbing, is news like, or messages on X and LinkedIn like, all female developer team negotiates with all-female publisher team about a game title. Good on you, ladies, but that's not being inclusive. So maybe that way of thinking and that discussion needs to change as well. And I think that's the same concern at Sweet Baby Inc. and their political agenda, as well as other places. And by the way, I think our printer shit the bed again. This is the third time I've had this problem. I think this is related to the sensorless homing. I'm going to let that continue, just to make sure I get a good view on the Z offset, see if that's worth adjusting. But I really did not like how that turned out. There might even be something wrong with the motor current. We may need to bump that. Let's actually do that. Let's actually bump the motor current. Yeah, gamers. And by the way, I am one as well. As I said, I ordered myself a Legion Go so I can actually play some more. And in some more convenient situations. Because I noticed that even though I have a tablet now that I could in theory do it on, it usually already has the project I'm working on open, so Unreal Engine running and everything else. And it's wired into my network, so I can easily and conveniently use it, even if I'm working from my Mac for some time. So I rarely actually pick it up. I do other things then. I think I should play some more games instead. It's just a better pastime. Anyways, let's look at the results here. Let's cancel that. Yes. You are not home properly, my little printer. We are going to restart this. And then we're going to rehome that. And I would say, from what I see here, we Need to go 0.5 here. Save that. Try it again. See what that does. Not a big fan of having to do test prints again. But these small ones shouldn't be a big deal. We can, this is actually something interesting we can do. So I told you that I bag my filament, my failed prints separately in bags. So they're sorted by color, they're sorted by material, and we now did multiple calibrations on this printer. I think if this works, I'm actually fine with the calibration it has. But what would be interesting here is how much plastic did we actually waste or use? Let's not call it a waste necessarily, but how much plastic did we actually use? And I'm going to grab one of these zippable bags here. Going to roll that up, and we're going to see how heavy that is. That is 10 grams. 10 whole grams. There you go. So that's what the bags weigh. Now, how much does the orange material weigh? That is 84.3 grams, so 74.3 grams of waste material for yellow, for flow calibration, for some other calibration. Normal stuff, basically. That's in standby, so we actually need to print something here. For everything else, including failed prints, oh, and the yellow also contains failed prints. For the blue one, up until now we have 120.3, so that means that we have 190.6 grams of wasted plastic right here. Something to consider. Not sure what to make of this number just yet. Quite a bit of that is actually related to us having to calibrate that printer multiple times, as well as some failed prints due to, I would say, this printer being a bit more finicky than your LDO, for example, would your LDO printer would, for example, be due to component quality. But in general, some plastic waste would need to be expected. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Now let's see what this printer can actually do. Should start up soon. Oh, and of course you want to see what happens. I want to see what happens. There we go with the purge line. The retract finally coming through. I still see some boogers on the print. Not sure I like that. Yeah, and I think I will actually do the the foam tape off screen, so I don't need to bore you guys with that. But we still need to print some ABS in this configuration first. And yeah, it's likely going to be the front. Likely going to be that front, and it may even be some higher mounting plates for the acrylic sheets. Yeah. But that is printing. Yeah, let me know if you're in chat, if you're interested in having a conversation. I'm always interested as well. If you have an opinion about anything I'm saying, especially if you see it after the fact, drop me a comment. Otherwise, if you're in chat, let me just let me know. I don't mind. I don't mind having the conversation. I don't mind even talking some more about the games industry. I mean, it's where I work. It's what I love doing during the day. It's not actually something that I want to bring into these streams all that much, but if you're interested, you're interested. And at some point we're going to do games. We're going to do games related stuff. I am looking forward to that Lenovo Legion Go though. I might even use that as a work thing, set it up on my desk and then just grab the controllers and try to mount those on the Z13. That would be wild. And yes, that will work because the games project I am working on has a very low basic requirement for any type of hardware. So we can actually be as inclusive as we potentially as possible. So yeah, we're already living it. We are already living it. Also, let me know if I make sense with my opinion about the whole GamerGate thing, if you want. Any kind of conversation. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. The only conversation I'm not going to have here is any that will take sides either on the Sweet Baby Ink nor on the white male gamers. Let's put it like that. No, I don't think that's a good discussion to be had. Everyone's a gamer. Every single gamer profits from any person that also sees themselves reflected and is more motivated to actually play a game as well. It's not just the multiplayer games. Because then good games get more maintenance, get more people, get more budget long term. Okay, let's halt that. I left this running a bit longer because I wanted to also see the corner quality. But we don't actually need to waste the remaining filament to just print a freaking cube. And so first of all, this still has an elephant's foot. You can see it here. Actually, still pretty visible. The bottom's pretty good, and the corners are pretty clean as well. Yeah, that's so good. And one reason for that, by the way, being that the settings this printer is running on are nowhere close to what the input shaper maximum would be, so the prints are going to be fast and good. That's how it should be. That's really how it should be. Although I just realized that I'm actually printing this at 40% in full. That might not be the best idea. That's actually a pretty much a waste of filament. So let's use the proto settings here. But yeah, this looks good. I think if this holds true for the let's go here. If this holds true for the ABS ASA part, let's maybe do this. Well, let's use 0.08. Well, let's use 0.1. We just did that, but get that plate in there. There we go. I really like this small printer. It is just so fast. Okay, and while that printer is starting its print, I think it's time for Enek to get something to eat, because I imagine he is dry now, so. Give me a sec here. Oh, and by the way, the problem with homing seems to happen in the same axes as where the homing is a bit rough, so we may need to fine-tune that as well. We may need to fine-tune that as well. The postman didn't have a good time today. He actually had to get a $24 kilograms package of dog food to my door. And yes, I met him at the door and brought it up myself, because I think it's very unreasonable to have them bring that up to the last floor. Also, that bit of movement actually doesn't hurt. There you go, that's on temperature already. Let's look at the print. Yeah, but we'll potentially need to fine-tune the sensorless homing. That might be something we can pick up today as well. But first, let me give my dog permission to grab his food. Enek. Thank you. Fine, thanks. There we go, happy dog. That is one happy dog. And by the way, if you're wondering what will happen to that Wilson imitate 50% scale basketball, I'm gonna keep that. I am going to keep that because it's still cool. It doesn't do all the things. Maybe I can use some super glue or some hot glue actually to get that a bit more stable again. But yeah, in general it works. So one thing I still need to figure out is where I'm going to put that printer so it has a good airflow when I am still when I'm going to print ABS. But I think you will just need to cope with having no printer to look at for that time. So I'm going to print off camera. Yeah, I think that's the best idea. Oh, and let me show you what's going on. There we go. I think that should be enough. I like that the macros are fixed. I'm probably going to publish those on GitHub as well, so you can get some, so that you can get a good look at what works for me. There's still a slight bit of elephant's foot here. Three. Let's see how that does. And I'm kind of hoping that we can reproduce the sensorless homing error some more. But it does not seem to be the way. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent cube. While that is happening, Enek finished eating, so I think we will need to do some tricks with him pretty soon. But I'd first like to see that print start. I think we need to do some tricks. Let's check on our print. Yeah, I think Enek is a bit frustrated because he wants to do tricks for you. Or rather, for me. He would just be a secondary benefactor, I guess. But I am not letting him yet. Because that mobile cam is currently monitoring our print. Oh, and I think I know what the problem actually is. I think it's the travel. And the travel XLs. So yeah, cranking the current was probably the right move here. All right. So what we're going to do now is we are going to move that there. No, don't close that. There's our dog. Sitz. Tanzen. Yeah, that's actually still a bit too close here. Let's see if we can get this any further away. Tanzen. Tanzen. And you can't see anything, so let's get that up a bit. Yeah, there we go. That is Enek in his best form. Rückwärts. Nach da. Fein. Männchen. Fein. Sitz. Fein. Platz. Fein. Steh. Fein. Rückwärts. Mach's richtig. Fein. Rechts rum. Fein. Links rum. Fein. Männchen. Fein. Verneigt. Fein. Sitz. Rückwärts. Fein. Nach rechts. Fein. Und nach links. Richtig nach links. Vorwärts. Komm. Sitz. Fein. Rückwärts. Fein. Nach links. Ja, jetzt bist du aus dem Bild. He's out of the picture now. There you go. Männchen. Fein. Platz. Fein. Steh. Fein. Sitz. Fein. Rückwärts. Fein. Tanz. Fine. It's actually pretty good. I'm not sure if I can show you this right now. Enek, Fuß. Fuß. Let's see if we can get this to work. Fuß. Fine. 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 Fuß. Richtig Fuß. Rückwärts. Fein. Fuß. Fein. Fuß. Fein. Fuß. Richtig Fuß. Fein. Fuß. Richtig. Fine. Yeah, there you go. Doggo can do tricks. Rückwärts. Rückwärts. He can also catch treats. Rückwärts. Yeah, there you go. Doggo intermission while the print is printing. And I think that's actually far enough. So we're going to get back to our printer cam. Even though, yes, I do agree that Doggo cam just as valuable and the dog just as much fun as the 3D printer. No, actually more. If there's anything I really would never regret in my life, it is getting this dog. Helping this dog find a good home. Because that wasn't exactly easy for him. I'm not sure if I'm the best home this dog can have, or whatever, but I think he's happy here. I hope he's happy here. Yeah, that's it. That is it. That's what we're gonna keep. So, getting that back in. This is the last thing we're going to do today, is print something. We're going to yeah, actually, we don't want to say that. And then we are going to slice that plate. Check that that's actually filament 14. Yes, exclusively. Because filament 14 is our PLA, and 1, which is the other orange one, would be ABS. 1 hour 26 minutes at Pivot Voron profile. So that's basically the setup here. Pivot Voron profile. Slice a couple more of these rings so we can add some more stuff to our board. Yeah, let's print it. I almost like how Orca Slicer does this. I think if I click print, the option to, like, it shouldn't actually be asking me if I want to also upload it, because that's a given. I pressed print, and I think it should actually change to the device panel as soon as the upload is complete. Those are two things I would like to see as change here. They shouldn't be as hard to do. They really should not be hard to do. What I'm wondering right now though is why my printhead is not in the left corner. That makes me kind of curious. So we're basically talking about this. It looked like a rehoming sequence, but that would then mean that the printhead should be in the corner. Kind of curious to see why it wouldn't be and if this is still working. But yeah, that's why we're recording it. That's why we're recording it. Yeah. Anyways, if you're in chat, if you joined this past the fact, again, please let me know what you think in the comments. Please share, please like, please subscribe. If you're interested in catching a live stream, Saturdays, usually in the evening for Europeans, in the morning for West Coast people. I think it's 8 or 9-ish around the West Coast. At the moment it's a bit finicky because I'm not quite sure who has switched to summertime and who hasn't yet. But yeah, in general, in the evening, and I did not like that. That was yeah, something skipping there. Yeah, motor currents. Let's do something different here for a second. We are all the way at the back. We need to grab a phone, and then I'd want to see what the frequency ranges are. Question is, there we go. We know that once the printer is all the way to the back, that's actually the position it needs to be in. We are going to start here and I'm going to turn the printer around somewhat because I need to work in it. I think I screwed something up here. How do I get back to the sound spectrum analyzer? How do I do that? There we go. And yeah, I think those belts need tensioning. Those belts need tensioning. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn off the printer. Specifically the B-side belt needs tensioning because that's very loose. So we're going to open her up. Going to give you a bit of a front side view again, because that's usually, or let's do top side view and the other side. That's usually the best way we can do this. And then we're going to go with that camera here and all the way out. There you go. We aim to please. I always forget how to open these, which direction they should go. So there. That's actually pretty close to what it should be, surprisingly enough. Oh wait, and to make any adjustments to this, we obviously need to loosen the motors. Which you cannot see because the camera is not pointing that far, so let's make sure that you can. And I'm just going to tighten this motor here slightly. So it matches the frequency of the other belt. But it turns out that they were actually not as loose as I thought. Yeah, that's pretty perfect. It's not 110 specifically, but it is close enough. So I guess that still leaves us with our motor current. That may not be high enough to move our printhead properly, so we're gonna adjust that. See what happens. Again, goal is to get this reliably work reliably finally. So we can move to some proper ABS printing. Yeah, they sound pretty equal. Going to get that off. It's too bad. I would have loved to just have them be a bit too loose. That would have been very nice and quick to solve. Now we need to play with the motor current some more to find an actual solution that works well. And I don't like this door. I think we need to also mod this door. So we're going to move that back to whence it came. One thing I really like about this printer is how chuckable it is, how easy it is to move around, how easy it is to manipulate. Kind of looking forward to the salad fork and the Annex K3 because those are just slightly bigger, slightly more utility, I would say, but still very, very small and compact. Neither of which are my ideal printer. My ideal printer would actually be a 180 millimeters Voron Trident, but I need to self-source that, and I'm not sure I'm in the mood. So that's a basic problem there. All right, let's turn it back on. And I hope you enjoy my struggle, because you see, not everything in 3D printing works out the way you think it is, and many times it is just a matter of sticking with it. If you do though, you can have one hell of a good printer. Like I said previously, yes, my Trident is heavily modded from the original Fysetc kit, but it is also a freaking amazing printer that works exceedingly well. And by the way, whether your printer works well for you doesn't necessarily depend on the kit. Yes, the kit can have some influence on that, but most of it comes down to how well you print, how well you build it. So if your printer is not working well for you, if there are no obvious things, right? Obvious things like cables being too long, cables being too short, things not being accounted for by the printer maker or the printer designer or the kit maker. Those completely different story, completely separate story. But if that's sound or anything that's sound on that end, if you build it well, should result in a well working printer. The component quality is likely more about how much you can push that printer then, and how long it will work for, how well it can deal with high temperatures. We'll see, we'll see. I, by the way, just increased the motor current, and we're going to try this print again as soon as the printer is finished restarting. And there it is. Just gonna print that again. And yes, by the way, I do realize that I already had that file uploaded, and I could just have reprinted it from the printer directly. I never do that. I never do that because there may have been changes on the slicer side that I just forgot about. That's something I wonder if we even can do away with. If we can print those files directly from the slicer, why would we have a secondary storage on the printer itself? The printer, in my opinion, just needs to store the file it is currently printing. Anything else we can just as well store on the slicer side. It would be way more practical. By the way, I am also going to go to a sitting position here. I'm going to need to keep a bit of an eye on the camera setup. So I can monitor my print as much as you can. And now I hope it's just gonna work. The printer currently getting up to temperature. That already is. And by the way, now you can see the whole side here exposed, so the tools will actually sit in the top here. That's going to be fun. I may need to also add some kind of curtain there, so I can just have that over the tools so they don't catch too much dust. I like things like that. But yeah. Let's see how this print is going to go. I am curious. And by the way, I am currently, since that looks pretty decent, and we're going to check the print quality closer in a bit. We can actually change the focus somewhat though. Let's focus there. Maybe. Let's also move that around a bit so we capture more of the action here. There you go. Focus a bit more in the middle there. But it looks pretty decent now. Except for that mega bugger there. No, that doesn't look good. Definitely check the slicer settings here. Yeah, no. That does definitely not look good. That looks like a retractions issue. So let's stop that print, because it is obviously not going to be usable. Usually I would at least let it print a second layer, but because this plate is so full, I don't want to waste the material. I'd rather like scrape off the single layers. That should be just fine. I think what we need to do here is we need to tighten down our extruder some more, so it gets a bit more precision. And I think I am also going to increase the extruder motor current, because those motor currents are actually very conservative, I think. So yeah, let's try that. Save and restart that. Wait for it to come up. In the meantime, we can clean the plate. Because we are not squishing it down all the way anymore, because we basically fixed the elephant's foot. Things are coming off reasonably easy. Let's try that again. Let's see if that did anything. By the way, if you're wondering, I think this is the normal process to expect. Even if you get a good LDO kit that has all proper components, and yes, you might potentially get a better config with that than you're getting with this printer. Again, the motor currents were very conservative. But in the end, you're going to be responsible for your own tuning. And that in itself will take some time. Will take some work from your end. let's check our printer here real quick. Yeah, one more topic we can talk about actually. I'm gonna bump that to 0.8. Is how to secure a printer. I know I promised to do this a while ago. Guess now is as good as a time as any. There we go, that initialized. We're gonna start the print now. Here's hoping that that works out better, more consistently. Actually, the extruder not grabbing fully on the filament may make sense for the quality we're getting. That was actually pretty loose. So let's see if that is improved now. Yeah, so how to secure your printer. We're gonna wait for this print to start, but I am going to ready our explanator mode whiteboard here. Let's see how well that print starts, and then we can get into it. Oh, that always takes a bit of time. I think we might also want to do another PID tune because our temperature regularly overshoots by almost 3 degrees. That's actually something you want to get out via the PID tune. That might also contribute to inconsistencies. Yeah, that went well already, okay. It is extruding, it's also good to see. There are some inconsistencies in the extrusion though. I don't like that. But let's see how that first layer goes down. One thing that might, by the way, also be contributing to that first layer looking badly is the layer adhesion. Because we may have moved the print off too far now. And if not everything is sticking anymore, that might be an issue as well. We can see that pretty well on these hexagonal shapes. And the dots that the printer is setting down there. Those actually look pretty decent. Yeah, but again, and this is always the lesson I even took away from the Hotend failure from our first set of prints. Always monitor the start of your print. Always have a look. See if that first layer is going down properly, because if that is not sticking down properly, you are having a problem. Other layers usually not so much. There's less of a chance that something happens once your first layer is down properly, but if that's in any way funky, then you may want to have a look at it. And in case of the front left hexagonal shape, that's actually somewhat concerning still. I don't think I would immediately stop the print there, but it is concerning. And this, by the way, also reminded me of another topic we can talk about, because I did the thing. I went and ordered a replacement heater block for our stock Hotend, just to see more or less at how much damage or like how much cost we're looking at. And whether the silicone sock would be any better. I also ordered a few other things, and interestingly enough, I think the silicone sock here is better. Let me show you this. You're currently looking at the whiteboard, so a bit of a white background. I hope you can see. Well, let me put that aside here for a second until we really need it. But here is the new Hotend with the new silicone sock, and it basically looks the same. There is a major difference though. There's one major difference here. Let me maybe see if I can get this completely sharp here. Oh, that looks pretty well. That looks pretty good. So basically the same heater block. I can show you the old one as well, I think. Still slightly worried about our print. And the old silicone sock, if I can find it. And by the way, I'm reusing the old nozzle in this. Let's just take the whole thing. Let's just take the whole thing. So there's the old heater block we can look at. There we go. Found ya, found ya. Let's check our rings here real quick. So that, oh no, oh no. So we need to exclude at least one object here. That's that one. And by the way, this very much looks like a layer adhesion problem, so we are a bit too far up. The other hex rings look fine, but the one in the front here looks to be a bit of a problem. And the boogers we got from the inconsistent extrusion are also somewhat of a problem still, but the extrusion looks much more consistent now on the second layer. So I'm less worried about it, as long as that first, the front left, no, front right hex shape gets excluded, we should be fine. That should be all we need. So we should be good there. Yeah, but now that that's running, we can actually go back to our hot ends and socks here. And there it is, that's the new one. And this, in contrast, is the old one. You can see they are pretty much the same. Actually, turn them around. They're pretty much the same from the whole build. There are a couple of differences. So this is basically how you need to look at them. This is the proper orientation. And yeah, pretty much the same. They have the same screw layout on the bottom. They are both plated copper. Oh, plated. Is it plated copper? I think it's actually plated copper. They more or less weigh the same, so they should be pretty equivalent. Now the difference here is actually in the silicone sock and how that is mounted, and I'm going to show you the new one. This is the fit of the new one. This is what the new silicone sock basically looks like. You can see that the nozzle is very much exposed. The bottom, the ring here, doesn't even extend past the bottom. So there is at least, I would say, 1 to 2 millimeters of space between the nozzle and the silicone sock. It fits perfectly well, otherwise the fit is more or less the same, and that's actually something I still don't like about this sock, is it still sits somewhat flimsily on the block. But if we compare that with the sock that came with our 3D printer kit. There's maybe 0.5 millimeter at most of space between the nozzle tip here and the rim of the sock, because the rim of the sock is just so much higher. I think that shows up pretty well here, and that means that this brownish sock has a way higher chance of catching on anything. Yeah, so we could actually put this back into the printer now. Get our Creality Hotend out of the printer and put that in. Oh, and I think there's another object that failed. Yeah, we're going to cancel this print. We are going to cancel this print because we do have severe layer adhesion problems. We are just way too far off. And I might know why. Interesting. That is very curious. That is very interesting. This was printed with a, let's maybe look at that, with a Z offset that was closer to our bed than the Z offset we printed our cube with. And I don't feel like we have an elephant's foot. Yeah, I think we are actually too far off the bed. Let's go minus 0.03. We're also going to apply some adhesive again, because we can and because this PEI sheet seems to need it, sadly. So it's not the best quality. For reference, with my Voron Trident, I had adhesion issues with the included PI sheet as well. Those were definitely there. I got an aftermarket sheet then, and those worked pretty well. Hey Paul, why don't you do that with the interface? Nah, that would be too easy. That would be far too easy. There we go. I'm still kind of concerned about the consistency of the extrusion, but I'm hoping that that gets better once we print ABS. Well, let's see what we can make happen here first. Because this plate, to be honest, has been one hell of a challenge. It basically broke everything. But we'll see. We will see. I am looking forward to upgrading this printer though. I'm even thinking might be worth to exchange some more parts. The part I definitely need to exchange is one of the rails, because I have tried to get out that screw and not possible. Not gonna happen, so I am going to exchange them for good qualities. I'm going to exchange basically both the y-axes, so they're still matched, and I'm going to see if I can get some really good rails for those. Might even take off the whole gantry and also use the lightweight one. Actually, that's something we could. Although I really don't know if I really want to use that lightweight gantry. The reason being because it may worsen our results. At the moment, the printer is extremely stiff, extremely well balanced, and working really well from a motion system perspective, I feel. And I'm not sure if we should fiddle with that in any way. I'm really not sure. Yeah, also oh, this is actually cancelled, so we will need to go back here and print it again. I was kind of wondering why that wasn't starting, so that makes sense. If we don't start it, it will not do so on its own. Yeah, anyways, if you are in chat or if you come across this after the stream, let me know what you think. Let me know what you want to see try to maybe join a stream next time. Let's go to the printer again. I'm open for conversation, I'm open for discussion, I'm open to even make some changes here. Obviously, I am still working a day job, and not just a day job, but being part of a successful startup. So that needs to come first, obviously. But anything that I can make happen, I will make happen. Be that changing the stream time, be that some material you want to see that's not gonna impact me too hardly financially. Again, there's an Annex K3 build already coming up. That one's going to be my speed demon. At the moment, I am... So let me know what you would do. I am considering using a Goliath. The Goliath does not have a pre-made config. And because it does not have a... or this is not officially supported, and because it's not officially supported, there is no official Hotend mount for it. That would be one heck of a challenge. So I'm not quite sure if that's worth it. On the other hand, and I'm considering the Goliath because it is just so damn cheap for what it can do. Although it is, I think, not as fast as the Mosquito Magnum Plus. And nope, nope. What the hell? That is skipping. Let's restart that. See if it happens again. And now I am going to restart this specifically because I want to see if the nozzle is skipping off the build plate. One thing I definitely don't like about that macro yet is how close to the build plate the macro is running the nozzle. Still might need to change that. But we'll see. We will see. It might even be the oh, that's working just fine. I think it really is the run current. that looks just fine. Except for that one really, really long string there. Let's see what happens here. Let's just see what happens here. Oh, that string's actually not a string, it's me not having completely cleaned up the build plate. That should be fine. Otherwise, that first layer actually looks pretty decent for the skirt. That seems to be stuck down well. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. And this is going to be the last plate of PLA we're gonna do for some time anyways. So kind of looking forward to that. There's still some inconsistencies in the first layer, but those should be fine. And yes, this is a pretty chill print and chill stream that sadly must come to an end soon. Yeah, you can see some inconsistencies there in adhesion. We're currently limiting to 24 cubic meters per second, by the way. So even though the Creality Hotend could, in theory, do better, I don't exactly trust it to do so. Consistently, and I do like to undershoot the performance limits. So that's, I think, good policy. If you want to have a consistent and reliable printer, it's much better than to go for any crazy heights. You're getting better print quality this lower, the more consistent you go anyways. So I figure it's a good thing to do. think we can actually eliminate this second box here. No, we can't. Too much stuff. Too much stuff. Yeah, but that first layer looks way better now. I guess we were just too far off. The cube lied to us. Also, we still have a problem of belt skipping. It's going to be something interesting to figure out. Not sure I like that. Not sure I like that. I actually like how solidly this thing feels. I just put it together. I think we should put it in. We'll put it in once we have the 2 new rails for the y-axis. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go here. We'll have to retension the gantry anyways. So yeah. And yes, I am currently going through a couple boxes here. Let me instead show you the print here again. I think that's a bit more interesting. I'm still trying to find something important I am somewhat missing. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying the print. Not much going on otherwise. The next bigger thing for me is obviously to get the Legion Go and play around with that. Also, Monday stream. Oh yeah, that's no, we already talked about that. The Monday stream will not be a build stream, a fusion stream for some time. only to think about what to do, but it's probably going to just be the printer printing. And if anybody joins and wants to talk about something, then we can waffle for a bit. But mostly printing, I'm thinking. Mostly printing. These prints do look good now, though. I think we're not going to see the same layer shift problems that we previously had, because I'm really suspecting that there was one print I did where the layers were shifted side to side. That would and the path of those layers going right over one of the screws, so I think at least that should now be solved. We'll see. I'm definitely curious to see the replay, to see what actually happened. Yeah. And I have 4 salad fork boxes now. That is so weird. I think I started with 2 and I haven't done anything to them. No, this is the box I was looking for. Salad fork boxes to the back. I mean, when it works really well. When the printer does what it's supposed to do, it just blazes through, and like the quality of those parts actually looks really good. It looks really, really good. We'll see, we'll see. And I'm really missing one part that I was looking for. I don't know where that went. I really don't know where that went. Well, no matter. No matter. Probably in one of the bigger boxes. Probably just chucked it in there. file and forget. And by the way, the part I'm looking for is the all metal part for the Fysetc Hotend. Not sure where I put that. I'm pretty sure I put it somewhere. Didn't actually throw it away. But yeah, those layers look pretty decent. Those layers look pretty decent, yeah. I like that. I don't like that we needed so many tries to make this happen. But at least as an interim printer, this already does, and we'll just need to see what we can do to improve it. Oh, and we have a guest. I think you're getting a second coming of Enek, second appearance. There we go. My sweet little border collie, sweet little dog. Aww. And he thought he would get some play here. So he needs to yawn to get himself settled into a more cuddly state of mind. Well, his problem, not mine. There we go. That's your printer back. I'm just gonna grab another box. Ooh. Dang. Yeah, I think I need to bump the travel speeds a bit lower. That doesn't sound quite right. It's weird though, because the printer itself should be able to do it. Oh, we'll see. We will see. Set the blind man. At least this print looks fine now, so we can actually move on to something I even know better, right? This PLA stuff. This is the first printer I'm actually doing PLA with in the first place. So I do like me some ABS better, to be quite frank. Nah, ain't here either. I'll find it somehow. But yeah, this print seems to be going well now. So what we can do is actually look at the way you can set up your printer safely. We need ourselves a camera, and then we need ourselves a well-placed board. Actually, I don't like that much. Let's see if we can do this with the overhead camera as well again. Nah, I don't like that much either. Why are you pointing there? Let's point you there. And then we can zoom in there. Move that here. That should do. Let's see if you can actually see something if I'm scribbling here. Yeah, that should do as well. Let's remove that. Okay, so let's maybe talk a bit about how you should secure your printer. So, or how you should secure a printer from a Chinese vendor. And the way you do that is, let's assume this is your firewall. There's an internet. That's pretty ugly internet, to be honest. You're connected here. And actually, I think I want to up the ISO a bit on that. No, down the ISO a bit on that. So you get a better view here. Yeah, that should do better. So there's our scribbles. You got your internet, you got your PC. And that's connected to your router. That has like a 192 network, and it is a dot something dot 1 maybe, right? This is dot 256 254 potentially, or this is 1 and this is 2, or whatever, like however your DHCP server is set up. We're going to talk about DHCP a bit more later, but the point is that this computer, so this computer assigns this computer the IP, right? And this computer is usually just a box you connect to your internet. So this is your gateway. Now, if you were just to put your, let's say this is our little printer here, has a bit of a skirt. It also has a printhead with cat ears, because the cat ears make it faster. That also needs an IP, right? But what you don't want to do is you don't want to just connect this to here directly, because that means you have a computer in your network, right? This 3D printer is a computer that can then both access this as well as this, as well as the internet, and that's not what we want, right? That's what we want to avoid. You by default don't even need to do or calculate for updates for this little printer here, but if you want updates, obviously account for those. The question is, how do we set it up initially? So initially we don't even before you need to use it, need to update it or anything, how do we protect our network from our printer? Now there are two schools of thought here, two possible ways. The first way is to say you create a separate network for this printer, and you allow your computer to connect to the printer and the printer to the internet, and the rest of the network stays isolated. So the way to set that up is you would need to have the ability to set up a second network in your printer. So you say that you have a network here and you have a network here, right? So this becomes your, and let's specify this for a moment. So this is your 192.168.1.1, right? So that's your .1 network, and this could be the 192.168.2.1 network, right? Your router is still assigning the IP, and your 3D printer gets this IP and is able to connect to the internet. And now you can actually define that computers from this network can connect to this network, but not the other way around. So that would help. This is not exactly a DMZ, because the DMZ you would also use to, or DMZ, depending on where you are, because a DMZ or DMZ would also be exposing services from this network, and there are some general rules that may apply here, so don't get those necessarily confused. I would treat this as a second security subnet, it's called, and that's one way to go. It is flexible, but for some reason, for some printers, I wouldn't even trust it this far, because this still gives the printer the ability to report out to the internet, and depending on the security of your gateway, your network may still be vulnerable to this printer, this computer, being in the same like local network as your router, to find some way to exploit that router to gain access to your local network. So the thing you can do here is you can build an isolated network. That's the second option. So we're taking this off completely. Right, we still have our printer, but I'm going to just remove the security subnet. We can split this computer up into itself, like the host, and a virtual machine. And now you can use the host as normal and the virtual machine to build this network. There are again two possible ways to do this. One is by having a second network card in your computer here. Right, so that has a second network card that connects these two, and that you could have this computer be a DHCP server itself for this printer, but that's actually not what you want. You don't want that, because you only want the DHCP server to be available some of the time, in case you need to access and first configure your printer. So the idea here is that instead of having this computer be the DHCP server, we tell this computer, hey, here's a virtual machine, and this virtual machine becomes the DHCP. So this virtual machine then connects to the printer. Right, and this virtual machine gets us to a second, gets us to have a second network there. Now, to build the second network, you have two possibilities. Let's say this is the .2.1, right? This does DHCP as well, by the way. And this assigns the IP. And this could again be .254 or .1, depending on how you want to set up your network. I like to have my gateway .254 so I can start my computers at 1. But there's different philosophies and different schools of thought, so no matter. So two ways to approach this. The first way will really isolate this network from the rest by handing the hardware, for example, USB or PCIe Ethernet card, to the virtual machine directly. So your host computer, this computer, does not get access to that anymore, right? So if we pass through, it's called, the USB or PCIe hardware to the virtual machine, the host computer does not have any way of accessing that same network. That would mean that you would need to use the network, that the VM to completely control your printer. That's fine. That's a good approach. That's actually a reasonably secure approach. You could still have another network, and you could configure this VM as a gateway to still get some kind of a network connection. But it's a reasonably secure thing to do. You get to assign your printer a DHCP address. You can then look up your DHCP assigned address on that printer, and it works. It's just fine. It's just, yeah, nothing to worry about. The second way to doing this, and that would actually change this somewhat, in that it would extend the network to this computer automatically, is by bridging by assigning the hardware here to this computer. So basically not passing it through. This computer becomes part of this network, and then you bridge the network interface card into your VM, and the VM then just does the DHCP. That's just fine for an approach as well. The advantage is that you can use the slicer on your host computer, which I would suggest to do. So what you need for this is I think this is pretty clear. You get your main network. That's here. You get your isolated network, that is here. Your isolated network, your 3D printer, by the way, in the isolated network, would in theory still have access to your computer, because it's on the same network, and it's actually on the same network now, not on in a DMZ. The reason why I would prefer that over having the printer in the DMZ in the first place is that it cannot be remote controlled anymore. There's no remote control, there's no remote access, there's no update of attack vectors, and the chance that this computer in your network can still do you harm when it is not able to connect to the internet itself, because this computer that is actually joining both networks is not set up as a gateway, right? So the printer can't access the internet. That should be just fine. So that works. The way you set this up is you need either the VMware player, which is free to use, or Parallels, or even VirtualBox, something else along those lines. Works just fine as well. Yeah. Either of those works. And then you grab yourself a virtual machine. I'm going to start Parallels here real quick. And I am going to start the Debian 10 ARM. That's what I'm using to build my network, and I am going to need to actually connect the network interface card here. So what I'm using is this simple USB 3 plus network adapter that goes into a USB-A port. So there, and that gives us our virtual machine. Now I'm going to move that here, and we are going back there. So now if we look at the configuration here, you can see that in network we have source set to this network card. This network card is the one I just connected that also the system was complaining about. The other one, the first one, is my default network connection because I'm on a wired connection, obviously for the stream, because streaming via Wi-Fi is probably not the best idea. And it is set to bridged. Bridged means that the computer as well as the virtual machine are using the same network interface card. And now what I can do is I can start this, and if we look at the network settings, let me see if I can grab those. We look at the network settings, we see LAN here. That's the default LAN, but we also see LAN 3 here. Our virtual machine is complaining that it can't access the camera. That is fine. It has finished booting, and now we can actually try to renew our lease, because this virtual machine is set up with a DHCP server, and I'm going to walk you through how to set that up in a second. The important thing is you need some kind of Linux. I prefer to use Debian. I wonder why we are not getting a DHCP address here, but no matter, it should be fine. There might just be something wrong with the setup. So we're on LAN 3 here. Yeah, so this is our VM basically. We can go to a terminal, and the first thing you need to set up here is for this system that now has the LAN 3 network interface to have a static IP basically. That's what we do here. Alright, so we are assigning this the network 42 IP 254. We're also telling this to auto bring it up, so that's just fine. We can check that in a moment. There we go. We see that that interface is actually up. It's up and running. And it has its own IP assigned. What you can also see here is that it does not have a gateway assigned. And if we, for example, do a NS lookup, it doesn't know, because it does not have any connection to the internet based on this separate device being bridged. Now, we already saw that in our graphics, right? This now is a computer that builds a separate network between the device or devices that get attached via LAN to our network interface controller here, the computer, and this virtual machine. I'm just gonna try to renew this again. Not sure why that isn't renewing yet, but we'll find out in a moment. The other thing that you will need is DNS mask. You'll see that it's already installed here. But DNS mask basically is a DNS cache and DHCP server. You can enable that service, and it's already enabled here. I think it should already be running. Well, actually, we can check that. You can use system control from systemd, and then status DNS mask, and that will give us a message that the lightweight DHCP and DNS caching server is running. It gives us memory info, it gives us any other info, and shows us the log here. It tells us that it is using a DNS server, but that's not necessarily the truth. Yeah. Or at least it's not necessarily correct. So that's service is already running. If it is not already running and not enabled, you can go and enable that. That will cause the system control, so systemd, to start this automatically. Works just fine. It's pre-configured. You run system control enable DNS mask once, and it will be running whenever you boot this up, as you just saw. Now that means that any device we connect here to the LAN now will get an IP address. I'm not going to do that for the printer because the printer is already running on a specially set up Wi-Fi that was secured and set up in a way that the printer cannot access the internet period, but I still can access it long term. But if you were to connect something to this now, it would get an IP. The way that that's set up is in the DNS mask config, and there's both a directory as well as a config. Usually the base configuration is in dnsmask.conf, and the only lines you need to find to enable this is the DHCP range and DHCP authoritative, which tells this server that it is responsible for assigning the IP addresses and that it has a specific IP range. Let's check on our print real quick. Oh, that actually looks pretty good. Let's go back here. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything else you need to set. There may be some other things you want to set up, but this is basically the most important stuff. And once you're here, bind interfaces will bind the server to the currently assigned interfaces, so that should be enabled as well. yeah, but that's basically it. So setting up a DHCP using DNS mask is pretty straightforward, and it works about the same way as your router. So if you ever want to know how that works, check out DNS mask. Most routers probably use DNS mask, to be honest. Yeah, so DNS mask is running. DHCP should be available on the internet. We have a static IP address. Now what we can do to find the actual leases is we can go it's in /var /lib /misc /dnsmask.leases is where DNSMask saves the leases, and we see here that we don't have any saved leases, which isn't surprising because we don't have anything connected to our network adapter, and for some reason our host computer is also refusing to get an IP. So there's something going on. It is very likely due to us already having an IP from another network interface card. I can't play around with this too much because I'm otherwise risking the integrity of the stream. But what you could definitely do is give it a local address. I may have also misconfigured this in some way. I'm not sure. This is definitely the way that I set up the printer previously to even use Wi-Fi, so I was kind of expecting this to work just out of the box. Not sure what's going on here right now. I'm thinking whether I have something that still requires a LAN connection, but I don't think so. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, but the basic steps should be the same. Anyways, assuming that you now have this set up and that you are able to connect to your printer, that you don't have a macOS that is being a pain in the butt. Actually, do we? No, they're all connected to the main computer. That's all fine. You just go and leave that running in the background, whether that's Parallels or VirtualBox or whatever else. You just leave your virtual machine running in the background, and you grab yourself a terminal, and on that terminal you access your printer. And once you're logged into your printer, the very first thing you want to do is run passwd. I'm not gonna change the password right now, but this is the first thing you want to do. Then, right after, you want to do sudo su. So this will actually give you a administrative root shell. And that administrative root shell, you also want to go past WD and change that password to something. Yeah, anything like it doesn't really matter, right? I'm not going to change these. I'm not going to try to log into these accounts proper. But in general, you need to change these, because otherwise they are going to be default, and anybody entering your network will automatically, usually it's pretty easy to determine if you have something like a 3D printer in the network, and then figure out what kind of OS version they're running. So anybody who finds this on your network will have a staging ground in your network instead of having to work from the outside. And that obviously is way easier for them. It is way easier for them. So now that you reset your passwords, what you want to do next is you want to run IP address or ifconfig, depending on which operating system you choose. Ifconfig may not be installed anymore, and you want to grab yourself the network addresses and all the information here for reference. Because when you want to isolate this printer in a new network, you're going to basically blacklist, you're going to blacklist everything, and then you're going to allow a specific MAC address to connect to or to communicate with your computer or with the internet. And then you can actually control this communication way better than if you don't know this, if you can't limit that. So that's the basic idea. Limit it to interfaces you know, and once you can limit it to interfaces you know, you can then control those interfaces well better. Yeah. What you also want to do once you're in here is you want to do a vim/etc/sshd config. You want to check that the no root password option is not disabled. You can also disable TCP forwarding. You don't need that. Use PAM is definitely okay. Yeah, and as long as the no root option is not set to no, you should be fine here. The reason being that people can then not log in as root users and need to go through a system account, so through a user account. That's pretty important. The other thing that you want to do, and that you potentially even noticed here, that I'm typing passwords and stuff for executing sudo. You don't have that on your printer by default. The way to disable this is to go to etc sudoers, and really important, comment out these two lines. These should not be there in the first place. They should never have been enabled. Sudo should always have a password. This may result in some restrictions for your printer, but in general, this is an option you really want to disable. You really want to go in there, disable that, make sure that everybody who wants to access this printer has to access it through at least Linero account in this case, has to have the password for that, and then they're able to also use sudo commands, but getting that password in the first place is a hurdle. It's not the most secure setup, but at least it is way more secure than any other way, because let's say if somebody were to find an exploit to run shell commands but doesn't know your password, run an exploit, for example, through the web service that mainsail uses, run shell commands and doesn't need a sudo password, they can basically do whatever. If they need a sudo password, they can't, because then they still don't have your password. They just have access to mainsail, which potentially dangerous enough, but why give them additional access? You could also secure your printer itself by setting a password. I definitely recommend that. You've probably seen that I haven't, because my printer is completely isolated, but if you're ever planning on exposing your printer to a network that is connected to the internet in any way, set a password for mainsail. That's the least you can do to at least try to prevent access there. Try to prevent exploits. I'm pretty sure that mainsail still has a bunch of security issues, but at least not as many as, or at least you can limit it that way. Yeah, those were the major things that you would need to know to get this up and running. Not sure why the DHCP didn't work this time. I'm pretty sure you can figure that out, or might not even run into that problem, because I usually only run into these when when I'm fiddling with stuff. So there you go. That's securing your printer. If you have any questions about that, any comments, leave them down below. Tell me if you like that, tell me if you don't like that, tell me if you want to see more 3D printer security related stuff. I don't mind. I don't mind. We can definitely go over that. Our print here is still going to run another 33 minutes. I am not going to stream that long. I actually would like to get to bed sometime soon. I will move to printing ABS. That's something we will set up and do Monday. Well, actually Monday I can't even stream. I do have a previous engagement, so potentially Tuesday. I will just have a print no waffling stream up that likely prints ABS by the open window, and then we're just gonna have to see what else we can do. Yeah. Okay. Did we forget anything here? Oh yeah, one other thing that may be coming up, I'm not quite sure when, is I should actually do that before I further isolate the printer, I guess. I want to get a particle counter, and this kind of depends on how cheap I can get one. But maybe I will show you this real quick. Currently I am looking at a TC8200. That seemingly being the cheapest option for a particle counter. So those are these. Still gonna set me back an easy 350 bucks. If we look at this one, for example, yeah, 360. but I am not sure if these are even worth it. So if you have any insight in whether these are worth it, 355, yeah, there we go. That's probably the cheapest one at about 350 with everything applied. Yeah, but I do really want to try something like that. See if we can measure something. I am not sure if these are a scam or not, so let me know. Let me know what you think. Let me know if I should get or try one. Whether you have previously tried one. Also, I'm open for general ideas, criticism. If you need to know how I use Vim, I already made a quick tutorial in an earlier stream. I totally forgot to do that right now. So use Vim, use any other editor. I think you can figure it out. Yeah, if you want to join the stream, Saturdays is a definite date. Usually 7 p.m. Europe, 6 p.m. UK, 1 p.m. Eastern or East, and 9 a.m. West. Although, because of daylight savings, I'm not sure those times hold true completely. And as we saw today, it is getting insanely nice out now. So I may move this stream around by about an hour or so, either direction. So yeah, let me know if that works for you. Leave me a like, leave me a comment, leave me a dislike if you dislike this stream. Subscribe, hit the notification bell if you want to be part of a stream. I usually announce these streams well in advance. Last one I didn't because I forgot. If you're looking at this and you want to jump to a specific topic, feel free to. You will find the chapters in the description or in the timeline. I hope that those work for this one as well. Yeah, and anyway, thanks for watching. I hopefully see you in a future stream. In the meantime, and as with every time, thanks for playing.